Okay, that's probably it though. Because,
Ready?
oh, sorry.
Nope, just.
Crosstalk.
All righty, we will call the executive meeting for July 22nd to order at 3:04. Roll call. Everyone present? Oh, Gary Steen, yes, he's excused. Approval of minutes for the June 10th. Motion been made and second. Any additions or corrections? If not?
I did.
Morehouse.
Second.
LaShawn? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Public comment? Anything? Nothing? County manager report.
All right. Sorry about the late start. We had a department head meeting. Went a little long. So the county board meeting agenda for next week is set pretty much. I always hesitate to say it's going to be a light load, but those tend to lead to long meetings. So we have one change that I'd like to make if the committee is okay with that. We did have a pre-construction meeting today with the Elk Creek with Excel Energy related to Elk Creek Solar. So I wanted to kind of provide an update of the schedule related to that. And sorry, I'm trying to find my way in the packet here. So obviously, items over 40,000. I will, I think pending the outcome of this meeting, I can provide an update on the budget for the county board. You see, I put that on there with a question mark as to whether we want to do that. We're a little bit earlier, I think, than our normal cadence to be able to provide some of this information, but hadn't, I wanted to get it in your hands as quick as I could. And then, so I will likely add an update to the solar project, and it sounds like Andrew is going to do a lunch and learn on submitting per diems from a county board with no lunch. So those that'll be added to the report of the county manager in the final version. But after that, we have approval of amended changes to the budget. Amendment changes, approval of the amended changes to the budget amendment and adjustment policy. Wow. Good luck with that one, Randy, when you get to call it out. So that is a policy change that is on the agenda for this meeting today, related to the budget amendments for donations and grants that we spoke about at the last meeting. Then we have a budget amendment for a bunch of different departments, and moving along, there will be a second reading of the Chapter 16. That was the changes related to the state law changes to land. And then a resolution to support sustainable state funding for local public health departments coming from the Health and Human Services Board. That is what is on the agenda for the county board.
Is our capital or our budget workshop, that's 7 p.m. on a Saturday? Didn't remember that.
It's Wednesday, so
The 29th is a Saturday, isn't it? Okay, so the date's not right.
okay, yes, it should be the Wednesday when it's a little bit later in the month. It's, I believe, like the
So
last.
we're not having
Wednesday.
board date night.
Correct. Yes. So yeah, we'll get that date changed. Yes, 7 p.m. Is the intent for that meeting. Yep.
Yeah, last Wednesday of August, basically.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it's the 20. Yeah, I'm not even going to speculate on the date without a calendar in front of me. So, all right, that's the county board agenda. So we put together a PowerPoint to kind of walk you through where we are with round one of the budget, which departments had to submit their final budget not last Friday, but the Friday before that. So we had about a week to kind of quickly roll everything together. But I wanted to get you a version of that. So within the packet, you can see a breakdown of the costs and that. So that's by fund. So you don't really see it at that department level breakdown. A lot of the budgets have not gone to their standing committees yet. So they are still somewhat subject to change or review through that process, but I wanted to get you an idea of where we are at this point. So put this together to kind of let you know where we are and what we had done as we put together the budget and met with departments is identify some of the bigger changes that have happened to that departments are requesting through the budget that are with an exception, decision points that the board, I think, has as you talk about moving forward with that. So this is going to go along with the poker chips that we have in the back, and it is really more around the bucket challenge that was presented at the WCA conference and has been used in at least 20 counties to do this particular process. So letting you know, so round one is completed, and what we requested from departments, we did not change their levy. So the levy amounts that you see in their budgets are what they were provided last year. So levy did not change. And then we said that you should plan on a 0% increase outside of salary and fringe. Now, a little bit of flexibility there that we know there are things that are out of their control, but really trying to target that 0% increase outside of salary and fringe. HR budget salary and fringe, so that number is in there. It's not something that they were able to change. So anything that exists above salary and fringe is an additional expense that would need coverage. And some departments may have had those, but they had an offsetting revenue.
You'll probably get to this, but is there a projected salary increase?
There is, yeah, it's a 2% increase is what was put in the budget, along with a 12% increase for health
Healthcare.
insurance.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
I should qualify that. We also budgeted with the performance-based pay that we had put in, we budgeted at 1%, a 1% difference. So it's really a 2% and a 3%, budgeting half of the people to exceed expectations. So, all right. So start off with the revenues, the new money that we get this year. So this one's somewhat the easier part. These are all projections. So the numbers from the state have not been released yet. So we don't truly know what those numbers are. But we can typically speculate on what they would be. So general state aid going up about $80,000, supplemental aid going up about 36. So these are the changes. So this isn't the total, it's the change from last year to this year. Personal property. So personal property doesn't typically go up one year to the next, but we budgeted lower than our personal property last year. I don't know why, but that has been adjusted. So the personal property would only change if there was a TID closure within the district is where we would see changes to that. There are some additional aids that also only change with TID closures, which don't happen much, although we learned we might have one coming in a couple of years. So a big one. So that's a good or a bad thing, depends on which hat you're wearing. So, so, uh, treasurer's revenues. So the way the treasurer's budget works, the treasurer receives like our managed forest land. They do the investments of all of our things. So all of that additional revenue that comes into the treasurer's budget in lieu of state payments, in lieu of taxes, lots of different kind of revenue sources that come in. So the treasurer's office budgets all of those revenues, and then they budget their expenses, and the remaining revenues from the treasurer's office then come over and we distribute those to departments under the term levy. So you've probably heard me say levy and friends. That's what we're talking about. It's one of the levy's friends is the additional revenues from the treasurer's office. So they are projecting an increase in those, in kind of the difference between their budget by about $38,000. So that's new money that's available to be distributed. Clerk of Courts revenues. The state changed some of the fee schedule for the courts, including how much the county gets to keep in some cases just increasing that. So Katie was able to project about a $99,000 increase to the revenues that they receive. That is all based on the frequency that people commit crimes in the county, but somewhat of a safe number. It's hard because it's a kind of a new formula in how things go, so it's even hard to look at like historical averages. But so this is, I would argue, a pretty safe number in what we're looking at there. So those are additional revenues that would go directly to the courts. But then we can also look at that to say then we can take that levy and that was previously provided and use it for other purposes. So that's what that additional revenue is. NDC indirect costs. So you were all around last year as we implemented indirect costs to the different funds. This is the amount of increase that the neighbors will essentially be providing the general fund for the year. We did do that to other funds as well. Big difference with the neighbors is that none of their revenues are levy. So that's definitely new money that's coming in. There's little bits here and there within the Human Services Fund that theoretically would fund that, but it's hard to extract that number. So I just didn't acknowledge it in this area. So that's a total of $383,636 in expected new revenues. So this one becomes a little bit, you gotta work through this one in your brain. You've all seen the previous budget thing, the multicolored budget pages, and it always had that negative number on the top of the levy line. And what that is there's a division called General Administration, which is where all of those other revenues that I just talked about goes into. And then if we have additional expenses that are really countywide, can't really think of a good place to put them, they go in there. That negative number is the difference between all of those revenues and those expenses. So if we decrease those expenses, it increases the amount of additional money that's available to us. So long way of saying, just think of these as revenues, but they come to us by way of decreasing expenses. So the amount that we budgeted for exceeding expectations, so that exceeding expectations in salary and fringe standpoint was done in this area. We made a very conservative budget estimate last year, so the number that we're looking at this year is actually less than the one that we budgeted last year. So that's additional money that we have available to put elsewhere. We borrowed $12.5 million this year. We're not planning on borrowing that much next year. Those debt costs were something that we budgeted within that area that have gone away. So that's new money that's available. And then a lot of discussion on this one in the department head meeting. There was a postage charge that we just paid for a somewhat random set of departments. So we have redistributed those costs back to some departments. There are still some centralized costs that'll be paid out of this area, but it's paying our postage. It was about $70,000 that was budgeted in there, and we're decreasing that down by 49,000. Those costs aren't going away. They're going to the departments where that happened. But we're also looking at being able to redistribute those costs. So, and that's a total of 136,171. All right. Total new revenue, and I guess we did kind of forget this slide. The projected increase in net new construction is about 267,000. That, if you're doing all of those maths in order to get to this, you probably were missing a number there. That's the number. And that is, so that's basing off of a 1.4% net new construction, which is kind of the number that we've used to budget in the past. And it is, it's still pretty, we were higher than that last year, but a pretty safe number. Those numbers should be coming out here any day now.
31st.
Just so that's if the state's on time, right?
No, they have to have it out on the
Okay,
31st.
so-
Legally, they
Yeah.
are bound.
All right. So we will see those numbers soon.
Next Friday.
And we'll have a more solid number there, but we've ranged between 1.2 and 1.8. And I mean, really that number, when you look at it, is, maybe $80,000 of span as it relates to those percentages. So that is our new revenue, $794,000. And when I say new revenue, this is the new, call it levy, right? This is the discretionary. You can use this money for any purpose throughout the county. All right, increases to expenses. Salary and fringe. So we start with the big scary number. Our total salary and fringe costs in the county are $54,521,754. That's what we're budgeting overall. That is a change from last year, an increase of 2.6 million. So when we look at that number, it is our levy is $25 million. 5 million of that pays for our debt service. We have about 19 million in like usable levy. So when you look at that number, it is a big number that we know is not covering all of the salary and fringe. So the next step that we did is we just took out the neighbors and transit. Those two divisions do not use levy. So we know 100% of their salaries are not being paid for by the levy. So the total of those two, I don't know, my joke didn't hit home in the department head meeting. It's mainly transit. It's $13 million. It's not transit, it's all the neighbors. So the change, that accounts for 1.4 million of that $2.6 million change. So leaving us with a kind of a remaining additional costs of $1.2 million in salary and fringe. So now we also know that amount, which I can tell you that's about $41 million of salary once you take the neighbors out of that. So once again, that's more than we could possibly pay for by the levy. And we know that there are other departments throughout the county that have additional revenue sources. I will tell you, this is one of the hardest challenges that we have, to be able to identify how much of our salaries are being paid for by the levy versus some other source. So what we're utilizing here is 50%. Saying 50% of those additional costs are being paid for by the levy. The other 50% are being funded by some other source out there. Talked with a bunch of the other counties. That's kind of the going percentage that you look in. You have to throw out your neighbors in your transits. Not everybody has a nursing home, but when you throw them out, it's typically about 50%. So when we break that down, that's 50% of that 1.2 million is that 611 that you see at the bottom. And then that increase is made up of about 216,000 in salary increases, 340 in benefits, and then 55,000 of that is to pay for that additional 1% for half of the employees is where that 55 is coming from. So those are, when we really look at that, how much levy do we need in order to pay for the salary and fringe increase? We're saying it's about 611,000 is the number that we calculate. Lots of 50% here and changes here, right? It's not an exact science, but it gets us to a pretty reliable number about where we are. So that's good news. $390,000 in new revenue, 611,000 in salary and fringe expenses. So we can cover that expense, assuming that the health insurance 12% is correct, which I think we're pretty safe. But I need to throw that out there that we have that meeting is yet still scheduled with the group. So. All right. New ongoing additional expenses that were requested as part of the budget process. So the Sheriff's Department requested the new deputy, the recreation deputy that has been on for the last few years. So that is the netted amount about $120,000 when we look at the existing expenses or the existing revenues for that they're already reimbursed for some of that recreational work. And then you kind of assign that with the projected new revenues as well as the total costs. So we're looking at that having a cost of about $120,000 to add that position. The judges made a request to increase the amount that we pay a guardian ad litem. So currently, I believe, if I remember correctly, we pay them like $100 an hour or something to that effect, and they were looking to increase that to $150. That would put us on the high end of what we pay, what guardian ad litems are paid throughout. We are on the low end right now. Those costs should be paid for by the people that utilize that service. However, the recovery rate on that is not great. So this is $75,000 is kind of the projected loss that Katie had projected in that budget. So that is a choice. So we wanted to kind of bring that out. This last one, just we wanted to show it because if you ever want to run these numbers, everything would come out to zero based on the total amount that you had seen there. But after we sent this out, we identified that the sheriff's squad cars were budgeted twice. And so when we took all of these big chunks and kind of subtracted them out of that difference, it left us with $317,000. And when we put in since the sheriff's thing was budgeted twice, it actually kind of nets it out. So it almost gets you back to zero, off by about $7,000 in there. So, and that's really just the rounding of numbers is how we get there. So I did want to call this out to you in case you were running those numbers and say, how come this is wrong? There's a double budget in there, and that's where that difference comes from. So that is not an additional expense. It's a zero, but that's what that's in there for. So we really look at that total expected increase in ongoing expenses to be $187,000. So once again, ongoing, this means that's every year we're going to continue to see those costs coming. And in the case of a position, coming in at a higher number. One-time expenses. The zoning office is looking to rewrite zoning ordinances, and it budgeted for some additional funds to be able to do that. That would be a one-time cost, paying for an expert to review and edit those items. The 2027 CIP, you may remember the CIP is actually about 1.6 million, so I did not include the highway design in this component. I believe, and this is still at your discretion, but I believe that we can pay for that using some fund balance in the county road and bridge fund, which would mean that we wouldn't have to hit the general fund balance or utilize levy in order to pay those design costs. So that is a choice. I don't want to say I made it for you, but maybe I made it easier. So that means that our total expected one-time costs are $770,000. Obviously, one-time expenses have different options related to fund balance or borrowing to be able to pay for those as opposed to the operating. And then, and Paula, if you want to, oh, did we get a battery in that? The next item that's up here is we are budgeting an increase in placement costs. Yep. So,
Right, I
You wanna
wanted to
take
come
it?
up and talk about something fun, but this is not fun, right? So placements, this, Department of Human Services covers from birth to death, and placements cover from birth to death. So right now, we are dealing with a couple children that are hospitalized because of abuse and neglect, placements that are high-end needs. We are covering juvenile delinquents that are justice kids that we have somebody in corrections and will be in corrections for the next year, most likely. That's pretty laid out based on the success that there has been with the individual. We have adults who need to be protectively placed because either, medical needs, developmental disabilities, aging needs, and so we end up then covering the cost of that placement. Those are all court-ordered placements, so they're not anything that we do voluntarily to say, hey, let's be a good guy and help, the situation. They have all been found needed within the court system and the process that we need to take. We have had an increased number of individuals that have needed placements, and the type of placements have really increased. In the past, we've been able to get by with some foster home placements, maybe treatment foster home, a group home here and there, especially with our youth and young adults, but the cases have become more and more complicated. They have a mixture of not only trauma, but extensive mental health. And when I say that, I talk about kids that are hearing voices, seeing things that aren't really there, all kinds of that kind of deep end mental health. In addition to family, disruptions, and then a lot of youth criminal behaviors that they would be in the criminal systems if they were adults, in addition to significant mental health, suicidal, homicidal thoughts or actions. And with that, we have to be able to prepare for that. Now, since the time that we put the budget together, we laid this out. Who do we think will be in placements for the next year? What could this look like? What are the current costs? Or is there any way to get, out sooner? All of those kinds of things. Since they locked the budget, we've had 4 placements this week, and 2 of them are high-end medical. Like I said, that if they end up being in care, the medical end of it will be extensive. Those are things we don't control, right? And we can predict, those 4 kids, maybe we need placements. Maybe next week there's a family member that says, hey, I'm a nurse. I want to stay home with this child, and they can go to their house, right? So those are the things we don't know, can't plan for, what's going to come in and what's going to go out. So our placement needs, when we look at this, our projection for what we knew a week ago, was this number, right? And that's a high number. That can change, right? Somebody can start doing really well, get on the right medication, start treatment, and really, make things move fast, or it can go downhill real fast as well. So, the projection of the 1.1 is a risk, right? That's what we know. And if you move forward with this number, okay, so that's a pretty good risk of covering the cost. As I said, there's new stuff that can come in, changes happen. If you budget less than this, there's a risk to that. It could be higher. There's also a risk that things go better and somebody goes home and we have, a reduction in this number. So as you make the decision, it's kind of that calculated risk of how much do we put in that bucket of extra expenses or not with that. And so if you want to know our best guess, as of a week ago, this was it as to being over what we were in previous years. Now, I know that many of you were on the board when we did the fund balance, not we, I can't take credit for that, but the department, the county board created a fund balance for human services. And so with that, in past years, we had not used all the tax levy that was provided for our department. And so at the end of the year, that went back into the general fund. And so with that, the decision was made to create a fund balance, and hopefully those good years would offset tough years like this because there would be money in that fund balance. Well, we started it at a really bad year because we ended, with about 55,000 in the hole last year. So we couldn't put any money in that fund balance as the first year. If we had money in there, that risk would be a little bit easier because we would say, you have money in your fund balance, right? But here we are today without money in our fund balance, this projection, and then you having to make the decision, what is that risk? How much do we put in there? I don't have an answer to that. That's your decision, right? I recommend a little safer versus totally risking it because, most likely there's going to be some. But what questions do you have for me on that?
Just if you would share, like, if you have a juvenile in a corrections, that's the high end, what is that for one person for a year? Like that number?
It's right now it's about $800 a day. And then, so that's the juvenile corrections. We actually there was a cut to that. It was about 1,200 and they cut it with the budget to about, was it 5 something last year? And now we just hit the new calendar year for the state. So in July, it went up to about 700 a day. And so actually the youth placement is cheaper than some of the other ones. We just signed a contract with Rogers Memorial Health for the next, probably 60 days until we can find a placement because we've checked everywhere for a placement for a youth. That's about $1,200 a day for that.
So
You just don't know.
One case could be over 400,000.
Yep. Per year. And we have multiple of them. And then, like, I don't want to say the smaller ones is foster care, which is more of like 1,200 a month, something like that probably. Or if it's a treatment, then it's double that. But so we do try to find family members. We try foster care, all of those things. But if you can imagine the risk it takes to bring somebody in your house that has homicidal or suicidal thoughts and is acting on a regular basis, that's really challenging to find somebody that is able to take that risk or service protection in place 24/7. So then you're really looking at a rotation of staff that are watching people to ensure safety. Other questions?
Yeah.
Sorry to be the barrier of bad
Yeah,
news
yeah.
this year.
So, yeah, so I wanted to bring that up and just kind of have it on, and thank you, Paula, for doing that. She didn't get great notice that it was going to happen, but, but I think that this is one of those items that, so it's not a choice of whether we do it or not, but how we budget for it. There is some flexibility in how you do that, and it's really risk related. The risk being if you don't budget for it, you may end up getting into fund balance. You may say, you know what, let's go for halfway and let's see what we're like quarter of the way through, and maybe we come up with some changes in some other form to be able to come up with the funds to be able to do that. There is cases where counties have borrowed for placements, at which, I think that's, if you have one that that's very clear, is something that you could do, but not something that I would necessarily recommend or that I believe would get approved. But those are options.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, and just to suggest that the trajectory here is not very hopeful. I mean, we have been looking year after year of significant mental health problems increasing and a significant number of placements, and the placements get more and more expensive. So this isn't going to go away, alas.
Yes.
If I might.
Go ahead.
I would say the other thing to think about in that is starting with no fund balance. It makes a lot of sense to sort of kickstart that fund balance with a higher number
Yeah.
and hope that the trend over several years is helpful rather than going the other way around and having a series of unpleasant events.
Yeah, I agree.
Right.
So, so as you bring up fund balance, something we haven't talked about yet, and I actually don't have it in the PowerPoint. We did receive the preliminary version of our audit earlier this week. Our fund balance is where we projected it to be at the end of 2025. But if you remember back that far, we had projected that to get to about 38%, or sorry, 38% of our expenses. And in 2026, in this current year, we budgeted fund balance to get that down to 35. 35 is the floor based on our policy. So having hit that projection in 25 and budgeted for the rest in 26, I would argue that we do not have fund balance within our policy to utilize. So we can, this year still exists. We can kind of make changes and look at how we're going about this year in order to potentially free up some fund balance, but 1.1 million is a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm not a fan of creating a policy and changing a policy, but we do also know that 35% is higher than the kind of the projector, the GFOA recommended item, which is around 25 plus 25 to 30. So I like the 35. I think the 35 has been valuable to us as we do our borrowing, but I think this also helps us understand a little bit about how close we play to the margin and having some of that flexibility in case we have these times. So total expenses, additional expenses is 2.7 million. Next slide, you do the math. There we go. So we're looking at with the new revenues that we're projecting and the expenses that had been submitted in round one, the capital improvements, all of that, we're looking at a deficit of about 1.98 million. Obviously, there's some one-time, some ongoing, some other items. So the activity. The buckets back here represent those larger items, those larger expense items that I just went over. There are white chips and there are blue chips. The white chips are worth 50,000 and the blue chips are worth 100,000. we have rounded each of the items to 50,000. So if it was 241,000, it's 250. Just to kind of have everything to be an even number as we go forward. So you will receive $800,000 in chips. 4 whites, 4 blues, right? Something like that. Eight whites, 4 blues.
Hmm.
Yeah, because we'd want it to add up to 800. And you can apply those in any area that you would like. And we'll kind of put that together in a spreadsheet, and this spreadsheet will kind of balances out where people are putting their funds in order to identify how we would look at that. And I do want to just as we talk about the placements, and the placements being what they are, an expense that we have to pay. The activity doesn't work if everybody puts all their chips in placements. And so I do think that there's a level of maybe thinking about how much of that should we really, it's really a risk tolerance as it relates to that, or how much do we want to look at how we manage our fund balance moving forward to be able to potentially handle that. And so we did just do this activity with department heads. There was 27 of them. It's a lot more chips to count, and it took a little bit longer, which is why we were over here late. But I won't spoil and share with you how they kind of voted to be able to do that. So with that, if you have any questions, let me know. We can see how this plays out.
We need to put
So-
this where we want to spend this
Where
money.
you want, so if you,
Well,
so, yeah, so
Just
I
every-
think salary and fringe is like 216,000, right? And I think we rounded that one down, right? So if you feel like we should do full salary and fringe, put 200,000 in that, or full salary, put it into that
Mhm.
area, and that's how we'll know. Like if everybody puts 200,000 in salaries, it's pretty clear, you want us to make sure that those salaries get done.
Everybody understand? All right.
Typically never win. No.
It's fake, isn't it? I already clicked on.
No, you would have known the answer if you did click on it.
Yeah. That's ours.
They're both us trying to trick you.
Are they really?
Yep.
Billy? I wish that did. Wait. I know, I know. Oh, when we met about. Nobody wants that. You keep telling them no, I didn't cut the 70,000 truck.
We're gonna tell some about-
We don't get no revenue on that. That's the big, you've been government expecting.
I know.
This is.
Waste.
Yeah, and if it's
Yeah, I'll think of it in a minute. Yeah.
Squads are 325. There's a couple of paint jobs, IT expense. Up to
I
seven
know I'm gonna
hundred,
give you one.
Okay.
maybe a driveway or something.
Yeah.
Because I was my choice here.
Yeah, this one's clear. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think it's a useful exercise. It's like basically defining it. What else?
The placements make it a challenge.
Is this saying we want to do or is you?
No, you don't want to. He's asked me to mention 5 years.
But if I put it in there, I mean.
That means you want to. That means you want to.
I don't have.
Well, the universe does, so.
He knows. I think he would, I don't know, I'd be worried about his heart if it were approved. He would be so shocked.
Yes, it just, like, Kevin, it's not happening.
I refer to it as a sacrificial
Permanency.
yeah.
Why is it so?
Last night I.
What's that?
Like, why?
Like.
I just left it. I was like, I got things to do.
What's the zone?
Just to rewrite this
Two months
There we go.
zoning ordinance, so essentially pay a lawyer that.
Country.
The process has improved so much.
Go home.
Since I started. Yeah. When I started on the board. A month before we were to approve. I was candidate 500 ways documents. Here's the budget.
That's a lot.
So voting on it next month.
Potable water supply. I've never actually called and being
So how do you stand like?
Got it.
Well, in San Francisco, and our girls.
We have less money and more expenses.
And a. For even. Five. Seasonal. He would play. In case that we didn't. I don't know. But we did. You know, you did a kind of.
Did you get the all of
order to.
hey, we have a water? Pretty quick. For me, it was, I suddenly read Dan's summary of it. What? I didn't know until it was most involved. I love being in that spot.
You can, but it's like you have to do it from like. Yeah, it's
Not a drill.
yeah, but all in.
Fine, but yeah, you gotta go through the
Yeah.
channels.
Yeah.
Before you leave.
All right. So as the numbers come in, if you kind of look through it, this is kind of how that calculation works. So we know that we gave you $6.4 million. So as you all put your votes over here, then we just kind of divide that back out by the percent. So as you can see, the majority of those of the, call them votes or the money, went towards salary, benefits, and placements, which somewhere where I would expect them to be with CIP closely following. So low number on the exceeds expectations, which is that kind of that additional amount for doing that, which is certainly something within our control to not do that, and would save us some money. I will give you a little heads up, a lot more department heads. So this is what theirs looked like. With, I think a very similar, but focused more towards the salary and benefits area, with also placements coming in third and CIP. So you know what?
Who that
Yeah,
was.
no, you'd be wrong. It wasn't there. So, um, yeah, I don't know who came. So, yeah. So anyway, this is
I know, really.
somewhat, I guess, I just wanted to put that out there just as a way of kind of looking at that as we go forward with round two. I guess, with this group's kind of guidance, we can have that conversation with the sheriff's department, the judges, the zoning office, which are clearly areas that were not necessarily prioritized to that. And so we can get those changes and have those conversations sooner. And then I think we'll continue to have to look towards, I think as this group looks obviously clearly saying as we did in our poll a couple of weeks ago that salary and benefits are a priority. So we would expect to maintain those. But I think as we continue to have conversations, we're going to have to figure out what we're going to do with the placements in CIP.
It's a relatively minor, but is that increase in guardian ad litem fees any kind of statutory requirement, or it's a recommendation from the judges?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. I believe we are on the lower end. Don't quote me on the, I believe they say we pay 100,000 and they wanted to bring it to 50, and I think 150, and I believe other areas are doing like 125. So there's some flexibility in there, but I think there's also something to be said as we have some of these other items. Is this the year? So.
Okay.
Just a side note, the fact that our department heads in this committee are largely in agreement is, I think, a very good sign.
Yeah, agreed.
All right. So with your, and I guess in looking at that, and we can do that, but thoughts as it relates to the exceeds expectations, is that something, I guess, I'm looking towards that guidance around 2. I can go have that conversation with the sheriff, with the judges, with the zoning office, as it relates to exceeds expectations, kind of falling into that 5th place category. That's something, it was something that we would run through the committee on admin, but is that something we want to scrap that exceeds expectations? It's a year by year decision, or continue to kind of think through that.
Supervisor Broussard.
Well, I'm sure we'll talk about it in admin, but I would like to at least see something. I know last year there wasn't a lot of difference between meets and exceeds, and well, I'd like to see more of a difference. Maybe if we still have to have a smaller difference, we could do a little something.
Looks like to me though, I mean, it says $55,000 cost and we average 75 on there. That means we would want that pretty much.
I suppose. Yeah, from that.
That's the way I
for
look
that
at it, not,
perspective. Yeah.
not
you're
by a
right.
percentage basis,
Yeah.
but when you're looking at that's how much we put in there
Yeah.
versus the cost, I think that's probably one of the more important things.
Yeah, that's probably the better way of looking
Way I'm
at
looking-
it, isn't
that's
it?
the way I
Yeah,
look at
yeah,
it
Yeah,
anyway.
you're right. Yep. Okay. Yep. So we'll do that, and yes, certainly have that conversation with the committee.
Okay. Go ahead.
Well, maybe I've been gone, or maybe I was not on the admin committee at the time, but I'm really curious of what percentage people got the exceeds expectations in general. And, well, I wouldn't need to know it by department. It'd be nice to know, well, a particular department, 85% of them got exceeds, and another department got 3%. Has that been presented and I just missed it?
We didn't get it down to the department level. We shared the overall numbers. The overall, it was about 33% of people exceeded expectations. I believe the not meeting was under 1%. Was it 2%? 2%. And then the rest kind of fell in the middle. As we've continued to do quarterly evaluations, the exceeds expectations number is going up and up to the point that it is right around 50%. And so we've had some of those conversations with department heads. It's intended that it would kind of waiver. It isn't like you get to that level and you stay at that level. Some people might, but
Yeah, that's
moving
one
back and forth. So
one of the difficulties of this system.
yeah,
But knowing the entire thing, one or two departments could throw the whole thing off. And if one large department just gave all, for example,
Yeah.
exceeds, it would bring it down, bring it to that 1/3 easily, even if nobody else had any. I mean, it'd be kind of nice to know not which departments, but maybe department number one.
yeah. There wasn't. I can tell you that there was a pretty good distribution between departments. We didn't see a crazy outlier of some department having 80% exceeding expectations. For the most part, all departments did a pretty good job and were right around that 30-some%. But I do think trends, and we've had that conversation with department heads, trending in the wrong direction. And
Yeah, I asked the question because if the system is working, it's certainly worth funding. I want to fund the whole thing. But if it's not working, it needs to be adjusted. So.
Okay.
so I guess maybe is there a thumbs up on the other three to just have those conversations and get those out, and then we'll continue to have conversations as it relates to how we manage. I think that as we look at the CIP and the placements are really the items that we'll have to figure out how to do. But the next item on the agenda does relate to the operational planning, and that's as it relates to this. Like if we want to do both of them, then something's got to give. These do both fall into as well. We talked a little about placements, some of that being somewhat of a one-time, or certainly an evolving cost, but there is, to Supervisor Morehouse's point, like we need to invest in them because they're not going away in general. So
That's it.
wow, Jenna's going to talk to you about operational planning.
Okay, so I did provide a written report in the packets. It starts on page 15. But essentially just wanted to give an update to this committee. It started with this committee, and so wanted to give a status update. We are currently just about through what we call phase 3 of the process, working through those prioritization discussions at each standing committee. We'll be wrapping up with the Health and Human Services Board hopefully tomorrow night. And the next phase of this includes really me trying to work through summaries from each standing committee. Those are also going to each standing committee for a review before we would provide a summary to the executive committee. And I wanted to kind of press the pause button with you all, reassess where we're at right now at this point, what you would like to see as part of those summaries, and look for your direction around where we go from here. So each committee has identified priority services, meaning to maintain or enhance, and also services for further review. That does not mean that they have dove into that review. So we are looking for that direction. Do you foresee that being useful information? Do you want to give us that direction to move forward in doing those deep dives? And really just looking for your guidance on where we take this from here and how it may or may not be used for 2027 budget conversations.
Questions? Ideas?
Swear Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, we have spent so much time on this process, and our department heads have spent so much time in the process. So it makes absolutely no sense to kind of let it go. So I do think that both the standing committees and this committee at some point in the budgeting process do need to take a look at those needs review. Let's take a deeper dive. And you know, I know like on the Health and Human Services list, a lot of them are so complicated that it's like ridiculous to even start the review. But I think at least we need to do it. Because that was the point of it's, if unless I'm mistaken, that was the point of the whole process, is to find areas that we could look at for cuts.
Sean?
I think the idea of looking at how much levy is associated with these is important, because if we're looking at a program and it's only got 20% levy, is there the benefit there of making a reduction? So I think that would be helpful, maybe a percentage and a dollar.
We have attempted to do that review with Health and Human Services Board programs because there are so many, and that was,
And we are doing that.
yes.
Looking at levy and other sources of funding, and you know, like programs that we could cut and still owe the state money.
Mhm.
So
And I think this feedback is helpful because it is quite a bit of work, and I just wanted to make sure that, you know, if this is what you're looking for, if you think that would be helpful, we're happy to continue on with this lift. But I just thought it was a good point to reassess next steps.
Yeah,
Supervisor McCall.
I guess I think it's a necessary process, or I wouldn't have pushed hard to get it started. And I think the levy percentage is a useful number. I also think it is worth looking, having some way to look at the data that is relatively clear on where the larger numbers are, because there's not an enormous amount of point in arguing over $5,000, but there may be a huge amount of point in arguing over 500,000. And just, I think that needs to be part of the data set.
Yeah. Yeah. Supervisor Wilsey.
I'm not saying this process is bad but I don't get a lot out of it. And maybe I'm just the only one, so.
I think even if it's can't do much for 27, I think going forward, it's going to be beneficial. I don't know how much you're going to be for this next budget cycle, but we got to look at 28 yet too. I mean, coming up, it's not just a 1-year deal. We've always been told.
If I can ask a question, this might be one that we don't have time to dig into today, but if not this process, what would you find useful in trying to help identify a sustainable future? If you're willing to answer, you can say,
Yeah,
I don't want to answer that.
I don't have an answer for you right now, sorry.
Supervisor Morales.
Personally, I would like, I mean, we have, and we're fortunate to have such good professionals, our excellent department heads. I frankly, I mean, at least in Health and Human Services, our department heads participated in the process. But I would like to hear more of the department heads' opinions about where increases are needed, where cuts could conceivably be sustained. And I don't think we've done a particularly good job of, in this process, of leaning on the expertise of the people who know it best. I mean, I think this process, you know, I've complained about it since January, but I do think the process has helped to educate board members about the kinds of services we provide, if not necessarily the, you know, the ins and outs and details of it. And so I think that's a good thing, but I would really like to see us rely more on the judgment of the people who know this best, certainly better than we do.
Could I throw out, the idea has been discussed and I think we've not done it because it doesn't feel good when when we do it. But to have an activity where department heads identify a certain percentage of cut. So if you were to cut, and that doesn't mean that you're going to do it, but it kind of gives you that target for how you, where would I go, right? Because I think I hear what you're saying. I think that the department heads can figure that out, but to say, go find me a cut, I think becomes a challenge as opposed to say, see what you can do. If you had to cut $100,000, where would you do that?
Yeah, I would let them decide that. I wouldn't give them a figure or a percentage, and see what they come up with.
Okay.
And it might surprise us that they know how to do this, because I think they do.
When they're looking at cuts, are they looking at things that they can cut in within their department, or are they looking at personnel, or both?
Well, I mean, it's obviously going to involve. It's obviously going to involve both. I mean, that's where the money gets spent, is on personnel. Alas, unfortunately.
Oh, yes, Supervisor.
I'll bring up something I brought up in committee on admin, because we go over all the vouchers. So we see all of that. And then as we already did our budgets because we met last week. Looking at the vouchers, the more broad category, I brought up conferences. Because it seems like there's sometimes on the vouchers, we see departments that are going on conferences a lot more frequently than others. So kind of looking at that type of a thing across the county for parity, seeing if, if one department always goes on professional development conferences because they've always budgeted those, whereas others have taken the cuts because they needed to find the funding. So that's kind of like one of the bigger buckets that's not program specific, but maybe, and I'm sure it's not a lot of money, but maybe a place to make sure we still are getting the needs that we have of professional development and continuing education for those that require it. But what else is there?
Supervisor Call.
So one of the things I've been thinking about is, as this process has been going along and just the last 10 years of budgets, is we tend to be very focused on, okay, this is our number for this year. These are revenue. The problem is that we are not currently on a path that we can sustain. And it might help if we had a better sense of what kind of numbers we would have to achieve over a longer term to be able to figure out what we could sustain. So if we're talking about it just within the framework of 2027 or 2028 or 2029, that's one discussion. If we're talking about it in the framework of, given the trends of the last, say, 10 years in revenues and expenses, I hate that the answer is staffing, but what level of staffing can we sustain on a basis over 10 years? And I think that longer range view of what's sustainable would be useful for informing a discussion about where to prioritize things.
Randy,
Yeah, go ahead.
in kind of combining Diane's and Kelly's comments, we're getting the information from the department heads. They've done a whole lot of work. But what you're really looking for is what Kelly said. We need to have a path forward. And that's our job to say, okay, in Department X, we've decided that that is not one of the priorities we're going to have. And then you go and you tell them, and then you go to the department head and say, how can we achieve that? I don't think you go to the department head first, but some are going to go through all carefully and cut, and some are, well, every one of them believes in their program strongly. So I believe it's our job to say, okay, this is the direction we've got to go. And like he said, unfortunately, if we want to do it long-term, strategic considerations, recommendations, we need to make some decisions here. We, as a committee.
Anything else?
Okay.
Can
No,
I
I think,
just- I'm sorry.
oh, it was me.
Can I just summarize what I'm hearing you would like to see with the countywide summary? Um, associating levy dollars in percentage and dollar form, and identifying, we talked about larger numbers, but numbers in general. I will say we don't have a perfect way to do that because we budget line items and these are services, but we will do the best that we can.
That's all we want.
That's all we can
Yeah.
do.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think.
Thank you.
I think back to the, where we did the whole 50% is salary and fringe, right? That's that same kind of discussion of like how much levy is applied to that. It all depends. But yeah, I think we can do that. And I think the long-term projections, I have some of that built out to be able to do that. We can build some of those revenue expectations out into the future and expenses. I think pretty reasonably. Our new software actually has like a button to do that. So so we should be able to build out kind of what that would look like if we needed to do that. But identifying what that number is from an FTE standpoint, and then I mean obviously we love to talk about solar, and I told you I were going to talk about that, but they're talking about generating power in 2028, which means that money is like a 2029 type thing. But and that is ongoing revenue, but that's where, yeah, I think as you look at that, it's getting it, but I mean we don't want to gobble it all up in a year, or you're right back at that same problem. So there may be a level of sustaining ourselves until that happens, which gives us that breathing room. But that number is also a static number unless they change the law to it multiplies the faceplate value of the power generated times, I can't remember the exact number,
45.
like, yeah,
44,
40,
yeah.
$44 or whatever. And they just changed it last year. The legislature changed it last year to a higher number, but that will stay steady until the legislature changes it again.
Mhm.
So it doesn't go up with the
Right.
salary and fringe. And I think the other component as it relates to salary and fringe that I guess I want to bring up, is traditionally we had provided a cost of living raise plus a step, which amounted to about 4.75%. We're talking about 2. So as we get into those projections, we'd probably likely look at a higher number just to kind of maintain those. So I think that's something to not be forgotten, that we are lesser than we were before.
All right. That takes care of that. Moving on. 6. Rest for the chair. Evaluation for Dan.
Thank you. I did also provide a report in the packet on this, kind of outlining the process, and my report has a link to a electronic form that would be gathering your feedback and assessment on Dan's performance for the first year. What I would intend is to compile those responses and then would share them with both Dan and the whole committee in a closed session in August. So I would ask for you to submit your response by Tuesday, August 11th, so that I have enough time to do that. As part of this, we will also be sending a form. It is a different form to department heads, asking for their feedback as they relate to the county's core values. And we'll also compile that, and you will hear a summary during the same session.
Sounds good. So everybody's got homework. Get that done. All right. All right. 7, reports, resolution, and ordinances. A, approval of the amended changes to the budget amendment and adjustment policy regarding amendments of grants and donations. Jeepers, what the, who wrote that? Who wrote that?
It seems in the packet, it didn't show any of the edits that I changed. However, the only edits that actually came up in here is going to be removing TBD from the policy number. And then under policy statement, number 3, line A, that would be an addition of the words in an existing grant increases by more than 10,000 or a new grant donation, other funding source of over 10,000 is received. And then line B is also a new item. We do define FTE in the definitions above. This was based on the feedback that we received last month. We did discuss it in the department head meeting. They will be giving more information and feedback on the grant and donation policy, but I wanted you guys to see that. That'll be going to committee on admin next month.
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify a little bit. The intention of this was so that if the appropriation is over 10,000, then we would do the budget adjustment right away. I made a couple edits
Okay.
into the language.
Okay.
To try to clarify it a little bit. I just sent it to you in Teams.
Okay.
My edits would break it out so that the policy statement for 3A would clearly define an over 10,000 and an under 10,000.
Okay.
And then as well in the requirement and after actions, adding the, like, if it is over 10,000, this happens, if it is under, this happens, and having the year-end process in here as well for the under 10,000s, making sure that we are acting on them before the end of the year.
Okay.
So,
I do have some of that information in the procedure
Okay.
Guideline, which might not have came to you. It was my understanding the policy kind of outlays who approves and how we get those things passed.
Mhm.
Well, the procedure is actually the in and outs and how do we step through these. I can forward the procedure to each of you as well, so you can see that. Would that change any of the edits by that right?
yeah, so at least I think for the policy, I would like to propose my change for the 3A.
Okay.
So, I
So you
can-
want 3A and 3AA and 3AB.
and then, yeah, if you have the procedure,
Which Dan has pulled up here. So this one does show the edits. So the black is what has already gone out to department heads in previous years, and the reds are the additions that myself and our grant coordinator have added on. Dan is in control of the screen, so if you can zoom in. So specifically here, we're taking the budget amendment section and listing out those items that we talked about last month, as in we want to know if it's going to be a new service, a new program, or new position, and also if the funding source requires a county match. Then there's a lot of grammar updates in here as well. On the grant donation and other funding source side, we wanted to lay out if it's going to impact the budget amount either by an increase or decrease. The scope is going to be the funding source that it's coming in as, and then if it is new or just an increase. And then here at the approval level is where we state if it is above or under, which way it will go. And now in the following pages, it's going to list out the procedure for a budget amendment, which we are, I believe, not touching. The procedure for a budget adjustment, and then the procedure of grants, donations, and such. So this is the grant procedure section, I believe. Yes. So this was originally drafted by the grant coordinator, and then I obviously have made plenty of changes. This was more, we wanted to have it be clear cut on who it's going to and which orders.
Do you have something in there then for the end of the year? Everything that wasn't done will be done in a
So-
lump sum?
I did not have end of year in there. I was under the impression based on last year that we just wanted to know the grand total at the end. Would you guys like to be able to vote or approve on those items or just a summary report from finance?
I was thinking per state statute, we'd have to do it at least at the end of the year to true up the budget.
The statute is
Fair as mud.
vague in that regard. I know there are counties that don't do budget amendments at all. And I think there's a component of like, you know, your budget is your budget. Your budget is the estimated cost that you're going to have, right? So we can estimate that we're going to make $100 on speeding tickets. Well, that's all dependent on how many people speed, right? So to go over or under, I think there's a level of that being somewhat expected, specifically for, you know, you take the rural addressing, right? That we budget a revenue and how much we're going to make on people applying for signs. There's a corresponding expense. So if they make more revenue, they're going to have more expenses and they're going to pay that. And so I think that's where you say, should we really make a budget amendment or do a budget amendment in those particular cases? And then that comes down to, where do you draw the line? And so that's where I think, and we've had these discussions amongst the administrative coordinator calls that we have in the morning. And it's like, everybody kind of does it a little bit different. And a lot of it comes down to, I think, the comfort in the amount that the board wants to know about what's happening. Right. And so that's, I think, the difference. Even as we've been working with Lori in Chippewa County, like, she's like, wow, we wouldn't have done that. We like, they don't do nearly the number of budget amendments that we do. The language in the statute says any changes to the appropriations that were done in the budget that was presented at the beginning of the year must be approved by 2/3 of the board. So it is clear that you need to have 2/3 approval in order to change the budget that you went up there. It isn't clear when you have to change your budget based on actuals. So that's, I think, the gray that lives there. So, but happy to bring it back in any way, shape, or form. But I think maybe to your question, I do not believe statutorily we have to.
Supervisor McCall.
Just a small process thing. I know we've got scheduled review in 2031, which is great because I think we're going to want to bump this number up over time. Do we have a process for making sure it actually gets reviewed? Because we should build one if we don't.
We have a policy and a procedure that says how it should be done. Actualizing that has not necessarily been put in place.
Yeah, I was just thinking like it would be useful to the county to have a calendar that does not belong to a person specific, but belongs to, say, you, CFO, a couple of other people that will automatically go to whoever is holding that job over time.
Yep. That's the intent, is that we would track every one of the policies and procedures that exist and when they are due to be reviewed, and then go back and review them. This was all part of a culmination of putting them all together over the last couple of years. And so we definitely lost some traction on that process, but want to get it back up and going. as well as our internal procedure for review by departments.
Okay,
Well, I guess I would propose what I've adjusted if other members wanted to see the stuff come to the end of the year, or I could even adjust my language to take that out if others didn't want that to come at the end of the year.
Could, I have a question.
If Dan could bring up the language.
what's good?
So,
Go ahead, Mike.
Michelle, is the reason for this, transparency or? Totally. Okay.
I would think if the primary reason is transparency, I think the language of the statute is fuzzy enough that if we just have a year-end report with all of that, so we wouldn't actually need to have like a formal approval amendment process, but just a here's your review of all of the things that fell under that rubric.
Okay. So if we weren't going official, I would propose that what I have there, the 3AA and 3AB, and taking out the single consolidated resolution for approval. Maybe have finance present the totals. Or just presented to the county board at the end of the fiscal year, or before the end of the fiscal year.
Strike what is highlighted there. So it would read, these minor adjustments will be compiled by the finance department and presented to the county board before the end of the fiscal year.
Because that would just clearly break out what happens over 10,000 and under 10,000 just in the front of the policy.
Sounds good. Any questions?
So
Well, I hate to belabor this point, but why would we need to look at under 10,000?
I was just thinking, so once we get to the end of the year, we say these are the adjustments made, not that we would have to look at them. Just the transparency.
I think that if I'm hearing you correctly, it's under 10,000 might be one $9,000 grant, or it might be 50 grants that add up to 150,000, which we would want to pay attention to.
The once a year look at those.
Won't hurt anything,
Okay.
right? Any other input?
So I would maybe just change before the end of the fiscal year to say January of the following year. We don't have a December meeting.
True.
So
Okay,
we would do it in the first meeting in January.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I would like to move that we forward the approval of the amended changes to the budget amendment and adjustment policy regarding the budget amendment for grants and donations as amended on the screen with what Dan just said as well.
Just been made.
I will second that.
I'm not gonna repeat that.
Whatever it was.
I'm not repeating
I
that.
have no idea.
Okay,
Make sure you look at the minutes and make sure Andrew got that motion correct.
there you go. He's not in here.
He's not even here.
Yeah. Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. We'll make that adjustment. That's it for that. 7B, budget amendments combined. They're all listed there. Any questions?
So I don't want this one to fly away. It's for $2 million. So I know we talk every once in a while, money in, money out, but this is a big amount of money. So that is a radio grant for the Sheriff's Department and Emergency Management. That is a grant that covers all of the law enforcement and emergency agencies in Dunn County. So the county applied for that on behalf of all of them. They will be paying their own local match. But all the money kind of comes through us in order to do that. So part of that budget amendment is the additional revenues that we'll receive from those municipalities for their local share, as well as the expenses that'll be paid out overall. But I think a great collaborative endeavor amongst those agencies in doing that. So but I didn't want the $2 million budget adjustment to go without mentioning that.
Just to add onto that, some of the other agencies that are jumping on board with this, my understanding is they've got a 2-year, like a 2-payment plan to.
Yeah, there's
bring everything
a
up.
few of the municipalities we did provide, I guess you could call it financing, for them to be able to cover their local share. So the county is kind of fronting some of that cost, but they'll be paying us back over a couple of years. Is big numbers for some of those smaller agencies to be able to do, but integral to having everybody on the same system so that they can all communicate together.
Don't need a motion on this. This is just information
You do, budget amendments come
We do?
from this committee. Yep.
at the
Yep.
next meeting or this meeting.
This one,
Okay.
that's why I've been,
Okay.
just my parliamentary procedure button has been itching, so I would move to approve the budget amendments as presented.
I'll second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any other discussion or any discussion? If not, whoop.
I'll just bring up, because like Veteran Services has the whole $787 in here. If with what we would be approving at board, they wouldn't have had to go through committee to come to here to go to board for their $787.
That is correct.
Anything else? Otherwise, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. That was all of those, right? 8, review of resolutions to ordinances coming to the county board. Planning, resources and development. Approval of ordinance to amend chapter 16 land division. That's second reading. It's already been talked about. Health and Human Services, resolution to support sustainable state funding for local public health departments.
Clarification on this. This is actually moved by a number of counties around the state to provide state funding for a whole array of mandated programs that are or underfunded. And part of the process here was to get a number of, it's been reviewed, and a number of county boards to approve this and send it on to the Wisconsin Counties Association, so the Wisconsin Counties Association could include it as part of its ongoing lobbying at the legislature.
So we need a motion for this?
No.
No. Okay. Reports from standing committees. Start with, we'll see.
All right, thank you. Everybody's going to the fair. The fair is going on right now, so it was I was down there Tuesday. We brought a bunch of equipment, and the new fair board committee, they're committed to making money, so it'll be exciting to see how it goes. And with the new venue or the new programs they have, I'm excited to see how they do. So we had a high limit racing at Red Cedar Speedway, and it was just an interesting. They had about 2,500 people show up, and it was also broadcast online. They had about 3.8 million total live minutes stream, which I thought was interesting. The other thing that's going on is we get updates on the Judicial Center, and that seems to be on target, right?
We had a little slowdown with the water issue,
Okay.
but, but we're back on track.
Highway to the rescue, right?
Yes, highway
Okay.
to the rescue.
I thought it was cousin to rescue. What do you mean?
Okay, yes, it was
Okay,
your
okay,
cousin
okay,
to the
okay.
rescue.
Our next meeting will be August 19th, 2026.
Thanks. Supervisor Kinnear.
Thank you. The PRD met and Supervisor Morehouse ran that meeting because I wasn't there, but I got to watch it. So we had department reports, talked about the comprehensive plan, Regional Planning Commission was there, talked about the farmland preservation plan. We had a presentation by Nodiac, the company that would like to bring in a modular data center. It was over 30 minutes, I think. It was, yeah, it was a good one, unlike. And we had a groundwater ad hoc committee update again, like we usually have every month. Anything that I should add? Okay. And our next meeting will be the first Thursday of
6th.
August, August 6th. Thank you. Thank you,
Supervisor
Diane.
Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Health and Human Services Board last met on June 25th. I asked the department heads to be brief in their reports, and they always included an excellent written report because we knew we were going to spend really a lot of time on the operational planning with 39 separate programs and so on. But just a couple of highlights. The Veteran Service Office has received a $2,000 donation. I'm not sure where from. And they, with the help of an intern, are going to develop a homeless resource initiative called Lifeline. And the funds are going to be used to provide essential items for people who are unhoused. And I thought that was interesting. Plus, we also looked at some research in public health indicating that every single dollar invested in public health saves $14. So I thought I would just share that with you. It's a pretty good return on investment. And we also approved a one full-time equivalent position in the Children's Long-Term Support Unit. The caseload in that unit has almost doubled. We have some issues with staff, call it like it is, burnout. And there are a couple of long-term family medical leaves that might take a while. And so the position is necessary to kind of stabilize the work and the high demands of that department. I'm looking at Dan if he wants to add anything.
Yeah, I was gonna say, there's an additional position in CLTS that's part of the budget process.
Yeah.
Didn't include it in that because that is a completely Medicaid,
Yes.
one of the a meta something funded
Right.
position.
Yeah, one of the weird funded positions. Yeah.
And not the Facebook Medicare or Medicaid.
Yeah, right. And then we spent a lot of time on operational planning, and as Jenna said, we're not quite finished, and we will take the rest of that up tomorrow evening at 5 or 6 or whenever we meet. Thank you.
Thanks. Supervisor Bashan.
So Committee on Admin has actually met twice since the last time we had an exec meeting. So the June 30th meeting, we had our staff reports. We did our vouchers for May, and then the full-time adjustment for the caseworker, as well as a program assistant in emergency management that was removed due to issues with federal funding being held. We did give the sheriff our entire contingency fund for the year for those radio grants, and then did our operational planning priority. And then we met again on July 16th, which is our regularly scheduled day now, where we got the results of our operational planning and did the first round of budgets, and did the final decentralization of finance, getting those positions out to the departments, leaving our finance team with a team of 4. So then now everyone else is where they are focused in the departments. And then the June vouchers, of course. That is it.
Thanks. Supervisor McCollum, Highway.
It's high construction season for the highway, bridges, pavement, spray patching, lining, cable replacement, all of the usual stuff. The two items that we spent more time on were the discussion of the intersection for the Hay River Bridge, the reconstruction of that. We came to a general decision. The town of Tantor is not particularly happy with us about it, but for safety reasons, we felt that was the best way to move forward. The other thing that personally, as someone who's been on highway on and off for almost 20 years, that I'm very excited about is we are moving the ownership of the dam from highway to land and water conservation.
Yeah.
That's about it, unless anyone has any questions. Our next meeting will be my birthday, August 12th. Very exciting way to start the day.
Wow. That would be. Thanks. Supervisor Jensen.
Judiciary and Law Committee, we covered the big ticket item there, Dan. Thank you for bringing that up. We are short one assistant district attorney in the district attorney's office. They've been working hard and trying to get the position filled. This comes down to salary and benefits. They can get higher paying jobs elsewhere. Clerk of Court's office, looking for some part-time help there. And back to the district attorney's office, are very appreciative of a new HVAC system. They said they are melting. So it's very hot on that side of the building. And our next meeting is going to be on Monday.
Thank you. Supervisor Bauer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We met this last week. Area Extension gave a report on University of Madison Extension, Dunn County out and state versus county. We had extension. Louisa gave a nice share on her what she does for human development and relationships. Economic development, Adam Akula, Director of Economics, shared his report regarding housing, small businesses, entrepreneurship, business stuff. Dunn County Economics Development 101 will be on September 23rd. Dunn County Communications, there were several releases that went out. The funding, we started with the library, once we approved at 100% for in and 70% out. We also approved the West Wisconsin Regional Planning Commission, moving that one forward. Dunn County Housing Authority, moving that one forward, and also the Dunn County Economic Corporation is moving forward with their budget request. Also, the UW Extension is putting on an open house right here in this room next Wednesday before our county board meeting. They're gonna start at 6. I wish everybody could come and see what they do. I think they sent out everything to everybody, I believe, but they got the little poster if you want to see it. They're gonna have lunch and snacks, I guess. I shouldn't say lunch, or snacks, and then they can explain to you what they do, how they do, and what they do for the county and several other counties. So our next meeting is August 11th.
Thank you, Mr. Bauer. Since Gary's not here, I just want to say thanks to Dan and the department heads with the water crisis this week, or last week, whatever, that you guys had to deal with, especially neighbors and judicial and the extra work you guys had to do. Everybody coming together and getting everything solved as fast as we did. So I think that deserves appreciation for all you guys. Otherwise, I guess our next meeting is August 19th. Anything else? Otherwise, meeting's adjourned.
You want to set your timer so don't go dim on you all the time? I set mine at 15 minutes. Otherwise, you always have to hit.
You're going to tools.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be longer.
Yeah. Just put in brightness and then auto lock.
Brittany today.
Mine kept going on, be pissing me off. Come on. Extended this out. Have to do that. Yep, that one right. Auto lock. You got 2 minutes. You can change it whatever you want. Yeah. Nice. I know. I played with it. I got sick of home and digging for it. Yeah.
Land obfuscation.
Hey, pretty good.